Yo. Oh yeah, let me find some music as well. It's gonna be relaxing though. Relaxing piano music.
Select
Man.
your god.
Of course, it's a dodge.
Select your god.
Apollo!
And I'll say this especially for the VOD watchers, but if you're wondering, or if you're interested in more VODs, I do have a YouTube. So if that is of interest, feel free. If not, that's also fine. But yeah, I don't stream much right now, so at least that would be a decent alternative if there was some interest in watching some older games, but it's also fine if not. But yeah, it's called Gamehunter Smite Archive on YouTube. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Right, what am I building and what am I against? Ganesh. Might have to go Aegis this one.
That'll come in handy.
It's been a little while since I decided to stream. And I suppose when I normally stream it's much earlier than this, but I'm just here to do a small session anyway. So I thought, why not? And Mr. Seagull kind of pushed me into it. And I had no reason to say no.
Minions have spawned.
My buff clear is gonna be ass without Sunder though. Oh no. Oh, I missed an auto. It's actually so bad, this buff clear. Probably wouldn't be winning the clear anyway though. Actually, what am I saying? It's a Ganesh.
Thanks.
Let's get the smalls.
Enemy missing left. Careful. Retreat. You did quite well.
For a second I thought he silenced me, but it's just the weird transition when I get a new proc up my one. That cancels my own ability. Oh, we have
An
Medusa
ally
jungle
has
as well.
left the game.
Which I think is decent, but it's gonna be rough if he falls behind. Especially into Loki.
Okay, thanks.
Be right back.
Get the vibe that I won't be getting rocks on this one. Might have to give them up.
Enemy missing middle.
The jungle is just missing.
Loki behind you.
I didn't see that you left. That's my bad.
Enemy has been slain.
I saw them running at us.
I did not realize that was suddenly not an ally Hekate behind me. I was too focused on Ganesha coming in and hoping that we can maybe stop him from walking in, or at least secure them before he got there. Fuck.
Can you get that right
And
too?
suddenly I am so far behind the next
They're
one.
going to
That's so
red.
annoying.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Completed.
There's gonna be a Baron here.
Where's the pull ult?
Your right tower.
If I get close
Baron
enough, sure.
Aegis style.
Missing right.
Wanna fight him?
I'm ulting over.
The rain shall wash them away.
No ult together.
Aegis Hekate.
Just try to live if you can.
Fabuloso.
I just ran out of mana. I also wasn't sure what target we were going with there. Apparently Hekate didn't even fucking TP away. I thought she did. Because she came from that direction. She just fucking TPs away. It's really not ideal.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
Help right lane.
Enemy ultimate gas strengthens our resolve.
Defend the Gold Fury. Ultimate is down. Cancel that.
Question is what I decide to go with here. I might go for Yogis.
Conquista, amigo.
Curses.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's gonna be a pretty tough matchup now. This is kinda getting a bit too much of a lead.
Enemy missing right.
ultimate down. Greetings.
Complete.
Enemy has been slain.
Fuck it. Just do the rocks. No need to greed for kills.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane. Be careful left.
Your right tower
missing.
is under attack.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful right. Help
Enemy
right
missing
lane. Help right lane. On my way.
Enemy spot.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Ally has been slain.
Baron gonna shoot.
There's kind of 4 people there.
Yeah, I was calling, he was missing.
Can we defend gold?
Enemy
I
ultimate
ult.
down.
I think we should.
Men Ganesh, they don't have... Yeah, we should ulting.
Ganesh ult down. Loki ult down. I don't know what else.
Suddenly Ganesh is 5-0, man. Come on. Fucking course. Let's see. I'm not sure this is a great spectral game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll do shifters for now. Just kind of stack HP more than protection. I kind of landed badly with my ult as well, I think. Because they spread out before I got there, which is really annoying. I was gonna land on them
On my way.
when they had 2 carries in gold.
Baron.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful middle. I'm
missing
going
left.
for jungle buff. Attack the
missing
gold
right.
fury. Attack the gold fury.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left.
Better tap all alt mid.
I don't have it yet.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Cancel that.
Help, middle
Your
lane.
right tower is under attack.
Watch out.
Ally has been slain.
Are you guys putting gold? There's 5 in the mid and you guys are putting gold. They're low by the way.
I'm ulting. Baron is here.
The enemy team has destroyed
Did we
the
just kill
Gold
one of them?
Fury.
I don't know.
We just kind of like
Doesn't look
initiate
that-
with this comp. I'm just gonna get mid tower.
On my way.
No ult, take out there. Just stay on her.
Enemy
That's huge.
slain.
We can get tier 2 in mid as well if you want first.
Ah, just go pyro, fuck it.
Yeah, let's go
Just go pyro, just go pyro.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Be right back. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
They're going left, grouped.
Be careful left.
On my way.
What's wrong with fire? Like the
I guess I'm
that
not cut
flies.
Enemy missing right. Careful.
Ganesh is rotating again, just careful mid.
All in mid.
I have ult in 5, I can get tower and rotate if you need.
That's Artemis ult, then Aegis. I don't know if you can catch Artemis. The cat is one in mid if you can knock over. It's a really good fight, I think.
On my way.
Hasta la vista, amigo. Rain shall wash them away.
Flash in the bush. Oh, man, I need to back out now. The Ganesh is very low.
I'm gonna try something different here. Just go inside, see what happens.
Be right back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful.
They come with you.
Defend.
Okay, I need one wave before we fight.
They haven't started yet.
I'm backing off this wave. I gotta pass back.
I'll attack right lane.
Open left lane.
On my way.
I'm TPing left. Look out. I'm with you in left. The cat is low.
We just need to group before we start fighting, guys.
Just push, I guess. It's HP.
I don't see it. Oh, they already got it.
We stop backs and someone maybe?
Right lane.
You're pulling
They're on
pyro.
pyro.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Enemy team
Oh,
has
flank.
destroyed the pyramid.
They're all on me. They're all 5 here.
I'm kind of forming them.
They just have too much CC. I'm just being perma CC'd in these fights, like with the combination of Baron and Ganesh.
I mean, the 1 HP. Yo, please, why are you backing out? There's 3 people on HP.
Yeah, I need to figure out what I'm building. I actually don't know. I wanted to try something new, but... Oh, maybe a Glad Shield, actually. Hello, Pinda. And Jogo. How does one laning against Apollo effectively against Apollo? No, you don't. It's kind of what he wants. Like, I struggle when I'm against other ranged characters as Apollo. Because he's pretty weak into... Like, he doesn't really do that much damage from range. All of his damage comes from being able to zone someone from going on him. So he's just so good as an anti-melee character, but he's kind of shit into another ranged character. But he's really frustrating to deal with as a melee character for sure.
Okay. Let's just pull and see what happens.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll just slam it. Good luck. This one.
Free your soul.
I'm defending right.
Right Phoenix is under attack.
Nice job.
Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
Attack Fire Giant.
Can we get Turned Boy back actually?
Pyro has arrived. Enemy missing. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
I suppose what I should get is Aegis, because then I can get beats. And I really need beats. Looking at these team fights.
Be right back. Be careful, middle.
Your left tower is under attack.
Alt. Okay.
On my way. On my
My ult up in 5, you can just keep him on left.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't really think I want to ult. I'm not gonna ult for it. Surely you guys have him.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Enemy ultimate
Be
down.
careful, middle.
Let's see what happens if I just run at him.
Missing left. Middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Good luck.
Enemy missing.
That's Hecate all down, Artemis all down, Loki blink.
Oh, the party's this way.
Your Titan is under attack. Your team destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix.
Are we ending?
I don't think so.
Still end.
Heavens, let winter reign.
Quite well. Nice job.
I was kind of struggling this game after the start we had. Felt pretty bad being behind as Apollo. But I think Ganesha kind of, like, the earlier rotations he had clearly was really good for his team, but I think he rotated a little too much. But that's just the nature of solo. If you rotate too much and you don't get anything out of that rotation, you're just going to fall so far behind. Because the only reason why I came back was because he was rotating too much. I was just allowed to free farm. Man, come on, Q. Come on. He's been doing this shit a lot today. Also, let me know if the music is fine in terms of volume. I don't know if it's too quiet or too loud. Or if it's just perfect. Hello. Oh my god, what is it doing? Fucking hell. Still in queue. What? Oh, wait, let me check Kenneth's stream. He got a... What? I'm so confused. We're still in party, but he got a Q pop and I didn't. Oh my god. Oh, never mind. There we go. Fixed. I got baited by the VOD being behind on the live stream. I hate that new... Actually, can you turn that off? Does anyone know? Can you turn the... I guess the player off on Twitch? Like, I don't give a shit what happened 15 minutes ago. I want to watch the live shit. I'm not pausing because I wanted to pause, I guess. I'm just pausing so it doesn't take too much energy from my PC. Surely there's a way to turn it off somewhere. I'll have to look into that. I think just refresh the stream. Yeah, but sometimes refreshing also refreshes the chat, doesn't it? And then I don't see the chat. I feel like an old man when it comes to Twitch. All this damn technology. I'll bend the Sylvanas actually. Since iPort is in the queue, I don't want to deal with the aspect. It's too boring in lane. Chat state for you? Yeah, it usually does for me, but sometimes it doesn't. Then it just refreshes the chat completely. I hate when it does that. But it's alright. I'll try and see if I can Google it after my stream. Or tomorrow or something. Because there is a button too. Like when I go to the stream, like there is generally just like a button down in the right left, the right corner of the screen. That usually fixes it anyway. So it's not like it's a problem. It's just a slight annoyance.
Select your god.
I want to play Cuckoo, man. I want to play it so bad. I'm tired of the usual characters right now. Play as Mama. Play something different. Hello, Caps. I'm pretty good. How are you? Yeah, there is a skip to live button in the right corner. Pinda. So it's not that bad. But yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like realistically, it is a good system. I do think it's fine. It's just sometimes it baits me, especially when I'm in queue with Ken. Because then I'll check his stream and see if is he also having queue issues, and then I'll look and he's like already in the game, and I'll be like, what the fuck? But what am I against? Thor? Yeah. Thor. With a potential Medusa ganking. No, never mind. Nemesis. Fuck, that's actually kind of annoying. Thor Nem? I don't actually know how I could survive that outside of an Aegis. But Aegis is kind of rough going into a Thor. I'll try.
Take what we can. The winter is long.
Or do I? Yeah, fuck it. Can't go too wrong with Aegis. Oh, these damn pauses. I don't really think Amma is that good here.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah. Speed mage, she's fast. It could definitely work. It's gonna be hard to stick to any target on that team outside of Medusa, I think. But Medusa just has the potential to one-shot me with her dash and her one. I don't really like my odds in that matchup. And I'll lose this early game too, just because of the nature of this matchup.
Behind us.
The cut was unkind.
One HP mid.
That's too bad.
All as I do is just not get zoned. And right here is generally a pretty good example of why I don't really play much ammo. Early game is pretty
I have a
weak.
stun in one, maybe.
Medusa blink. I mean, them.
I think I'm okay actually. It's back. I might have missed like 1 or 2 creeps there. Just not ideal. Just go far, man. We can't contest if you're level 3.
I vault. Is it done?
I see them on it. It's just done.
Alright, let's invade the show. We're going this Medusa. She's no dash.
That's it.
Nice. We can invade purple. Push the wave fast. I'm running straight to her.
Raw coming.
They're on out. Nice.
Wash them away. Your middle
Son.
tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
The cut was unkind.
I'm not angry, but I love you. Like once I have Golden Blade, I should be fine in this matchup. Then I can box a bit.
Wait, this is gonna go speed. I'm level 5 off this wave. You can fight.
Let's do it.
I can rotate.
Go, go,
I
go.
vault.
Why are you playing Arma? Because I want to play something different. I'm tired of playing Said she's shit? She's not shit.
That's my
Alright.
dissolve.
Go back mid.
She's just
Go
not at
back
the
mid.
top. But because I'm tired of playing the usual stuff, I want to play something different.
Enemy missing middle.
And they also banned Cuckoo, that's the biggest reason. Otherwise I'll be playing Cuckoo.
Right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
I guess we wouldn't have been able to contest this anyway.
Enemy missing right.
Thor might come mid. I don't see him
Enemy
here.
has been slain.
He's here.
After and wall, we can kill her.
I'm on the way.
After.
Oh, easy. The rain shall wash them away.
I'm not fighting anymore.
Yeah, run.
Alright, jungle.
Your middle tower is under attack. Be right back.
They're walking right. I've no ult for 20. I'm coming though.
I'm fine. He's out of mana, I'm pretty sure he's backing.
Oh, me
Why
too.
not?
I'm coming.
My way.
Hasta la vista, amigo. Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. On my way.
That's them beats.
Your middle
Right here, 1 HP. I don't know if you catch him.
Nice, I'm getting zoned.
on my way.
They're gonna be on the rocks though.
This doesn't look good.
Yeah, I'm getting out.
Ultimate is ready.
I mean, this kind of sucks. I feel like my Odin is playing around solo at all in this one. We're giving too many rocks. Especially when I think we should be fighting. I think I'm strong enough at least so that we can fight in solo. Yeah, I think he did say Thor. But I know what he meant.
I'm cracking now.
Yeah, I life under them if you want to hit them.
Thor might come mid, careful. He could just ult.
Enemies incoming.
We can try cap it, right?
Yeah, just get the Gilbert rolling it out.
Oh, unlucky.
That's sure. Grab the vault. Look raw, look raw.
My style. I'm returning the favor.
I'm going back right.
No problem.
Try to silence that hammer. Fuck.
Or wall hammer down. Thor Aegis.
now he has a level on me. Man, I mean, this is so annoying. Oh, I can't back it.
Ultimate is ready.
Like... That fight was just so weird. He's 2 levels on me. What the fuck? How much fucking farm did he get in that fight? That's so annoying, man. Okay. Shit's truly just going according to plan. His plan, not mine.
Right tower is under attack.
I got the red.
Alpha's there.
Enemy missing left.
He's backing a kick on.
I can walk over. I have no ult though. For 10.
Oh, it's fine.
I'll take an ult.
Your left
It's
tower
fine to me.
is under attack.
Let's make up Pharaohs.
Ultimate is ready.
He kind of trolled a bit there. I'm not sure what he was trying to do.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy spotted.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
There are 5 here.
Enemy spotted.
Thor has no ult.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies have returned.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Don't fight now. Reset.
I must have slowed my ult. What the hell? I did not get the speed boost.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Your middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna save tower.
Yeah.
Nem is right. Nem all down.
Your right tower is under attack.
I think you turn into Thor, no? Surely it's better than Hammer.
Right tower.
I think I like that ult better.
Have fun. Be right back.
Actually, wait, why not just 2 Odin rings? Surely that's the best
Your
option.
middle tower is under attack.
I think I just die instantly if I turn into Odin.
He's not that squishy. We get Aegis too.
Yeah, but I have to leap in.
Oh, how are we getting fucking stomped in this game? I guess the jungle is fed.
My ult is bugged. It's so slow.
One behind you.
My domain. There's no running from me.
My ult is bugged. I'm perma-slowed on my ult.
Strike is behind us.
Also, Odin, you gotta start making plays, man. Like, Nem is fucking
I mean,
everywhere.
this game's over. Like, they have a better late game, and we lost early game. And I'm fucking the raw. I will.
Yeah, this one's pretty rough. I'm not really sure, like, what's happening. Like, our jungle just isn't doing anything. It feels like. And theirs is just running around, killing everyone. I don't think I'm willing to surrender yet, because I think we have the objective clear on our side
Pyromancer has arrived.
with an ammo.
First cage.
And like, if I'm just alone with Thor, it's fine as
Did
well,
they do
but like...
this?
Yeah, they did. There might be a Pyro, I'm not sure.
Tower is under
I'm
attack.
guessing not though. Maybe we can do Pyro. Like, the advantage we have is objectives, I think, with an ammo.
Turned to base.
Yeah, I just put it. I'm gonna push mid.
Bait us this so we can kill her.
Alpha's coming.
Just help me secure it.
Just stay on it, just stay on it. I'll crack him.
Thor in here.
We're behind you guys.
Okay, my ult is no longer bugged. That's so weird. Just try and live. Run to me if you can.
Tower is under attack.
No, I'm dead.
Oh, easy wrong button. I'm sorry.
I mean, I think we just F6. Barry's getting fucking fisted as well.
My style.
Then blink.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I unironically still think we can win this, but I mean, it's looking really rough on the duo side. Bari is 13. I didn't even look at the duo side of things. He is actually just... Oh my god. It's 3k behind. Individual kill, that's pretty... Or individual goal, that's pretty rough.
Come on guys, let's go next game. It's not really winnable. And it's not fun either.
Yep, it's cannot. I mean, the difference in ADC is 2k care, I think.
Your left tower is under attack.
Whereas Action Bari, I don't think that's terrible, but I do think Bari is just kind of a weird character at the moment. I think if you want to play Bari, you should probably just go int. And I guess if you're going straight,
I mean, they both have 7ing, like.
The enemy team has destroyed
Of course.
the fire giant.
What are you F7ing Odin?
And he's 3-0, man, he's cooking.
I mean, this game might have been playable if we played around fucking middle 4 maybe solo.
Oh, well.
We didn't play around any of the fucking lanes that are strong.
Enemy has been slain.
no way that bounced. That's crazy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
slow is so oppressive. Whatever, I'll just push. Let's get some global gold. He actually fucked his hammer. No, my ages.
Ultimate is down.
Fabuloso! Oh, you are godlike! Your left tower is under attack.
Fuck, I was trying to hit the wall actually, so I could do the double jump on the wisp, but I guess that was enough to reach over the wall. Tragic. I do think, yeah, the Warriors accent Bari is just it's like a classic Bari thing. I used to do it when I was running her in solo as well. It just feels really good on her. Or it used to anyway, I haven't played Bari in a while. I suppose it's time to get Aegis upgraded and potentially get beats.
Enemy missing. Ultimate is ready.
Medusa beats.
I mean, it's looking so cooked over there. I don't.
And rain shall wash them away.
Maybe it's less cooked, but don't think my presence would really have done anything.
Your left tower is under attack.
Settle this for my side. Took the scales. There's no running from me.
Your left tower.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to run. Strike.
No, I missed it. I kind of fucked that exchange a little bit.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Aegis upgraded. Beats is probably the best option because they just have so much fucking CC. Well, actually, they don't. It's just because I'm dealing with Thor, so all the CC is in my face.
Right lane. Enemies have returned to base.
You went Gargoyle as well.
Get in the chaka! Get it?
Can I even kill Ra?
Your left Phoenix is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
There's a dash.
I have a flank here. I've rolled.
There's a blink.
That's an ammo.
I mispressed my fucking rule.
This is my bow. Man, nem double dash, nem double dash.
Yeah, behind.
I'm swan. I got her.
I marked the juicer.
Middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
On my way back.
On my way.
Throw a hammer.
Juicer's one. After all, I'm looking on her.
Ah man, I got stunned.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
I'm cracking a 5. Oh, this is 1 HP. No dash, no dash.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
That's such an unfortunate fucking stun that came from Thor there, timing-wise. Because, like, if he doesn't stun me there, I silence him before and he dies with Get Dagger.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'll need it.
It's on the raw.
I think I can get slowed in my ult. I'm super slow in it sometimes.
Maybe.
You guys see that? Like, at least I have footage of it now, but that's so weird. I'm pretty sure I'm getting slowed in my ult, because it's so slow sometimes. Movement speed-wise. I think the choppiness came from the Thor wall just glitching on the Titan, but even earlier in the game, like my ult just, for some reason, is really slow. But yeah, there's not really much to do here, and like... Combo-wise, this is already really bad to deal with as an ammo. I can't stick to any of their targets very easily. Medusa is the easiest one, like quote-unquote easiest one, but she also has the highest potential of one-shotting me in that comp. I can fight Thor decently enough, it's just annoying as fuck because he keeps stunning me and trembling and all that bullshit with the Thor aspect. Nem will just one-shot me because of the... well, it's Nem. A non-aspect Nem. So I'm not tanky. Ra will perma-slow me. I could go Hussars, but Hussars is just kind of bad, I think. And obviously Aphrodite, who the fuck can stick to an Aphro? But I do think I did as much as I could have. I mean, I was highest on damage taken and damage mitigated. There's not really much else I can do, I think. ADC just got completely roasted. I think Odin did okay, but Odin should have been places where he wasn't at times. I feel like despite him doing fine, he was very passive. Especially if he's the one picking up the kills in our team. He's got to be doing more with it than he was. Why am I ADC? Suppose I don't fully mind it. A change of pace might be okay. Hello, Hansen. You cannot tell me that the cuckoo is open when I'm not solo. Let's see. Give it to me. Give me solo, please. Oh man. No cuckoo for me then. Uller is banned, so all the fun ADCs are banned. I see how it is. Mostly joking, but I guess I'll have to play like Anhur or some shit. Oh, Swapper.
Select your god.
He's here. The cuckoo. Yes. He swapped. Just in time. Don't dodge, please. Don't dodge. Chama has earned himself a spot in heaven with a golden chair. He's him. Hello, Clino. I don't know, Clino. They have some pretty disgusting shit on that team comp. Is that 3 crit characters? That's gonna fuck up my build. You cannot force me into a spectral, man. That's gonna be ass. It's probably okay actually, but or I just one-shot them back. Suppose we'll see how the laning goes. Let's let Jimmy build it. Do you want me to trust someone else with my life? In ranked? What even is this comp? Who's jungle and who's solo? And they have 4 ADCs, so like... Nah, I don't want to lose this game. Just look at the comps. If we fucking lose this fucking game, I'm gonna lose it. Isa solo? I'm thinking it's gonna be the Nuwa. The Smeagol crit Nuwa, if I had to guess. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. It is... Huh. Jungle Jingwei makes sense. It's Yukai, so... Yana? Is that an Afro mid? Okay. The Rama aspect, Rama support. I don't want to lose this game. I really, really don't want to lose this game. Oops. It's time to log in. No bullshit, this one. Rama aspect support might be the tech. In what world? I don't want to live in that world. But you know what? A for something different. I can appreciate variety. I like seeing different things.
Minions have spawned.
I think this matchup should be okay until he starts critting, but surely this is pretty easy matchup. Can't say I've tried it before though. Oh, fuck my auto. So he just one just the wave as well. That's nice. think I'll just have to give up the lane until level 3.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh.
Be careful left.
I hate how it just stays. I think he knows.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm returning to base. Enemy missing middle. Group up. Enemy spotted. Be right back. Enemy spotted.
If you didn't get him, man.
Fate sides with me. Enemies incoming!
Enemies behind us. Completed.
You exceed my expectations.
I'm on the way.
Are Rock still up?
She's 5.
Yeah.
That's fine, I'm
it
TPing
matter?
right.
On my way.
The F was very low. I don't know if she's coming. Oh, she.
I'm here.
F no Aegis på chest.
Huge ult.
Rama's here, of course.
Ramos support, he's behind.
So wash them away.
A weird fucking fight. Was not expecting the Ramos support at level 4 to show up. Yeah, I think Spicy Rat is winter, from what I've noticed. I didn't know. I almost got into an argument with him earlier, but I don't really think that was on him. I was just annoyed as fuck.
Tower is under attack.
I had a terrible session earlier today, so I was kind of annoyed. I tried to apologize to the people that I kind of got mad at after the game, because I felt bad. Don't have to fight yet. I'm gonna chill and stack a little bit, unless I see a good opportunity.
Be right back. Need healing. It's nothing.
Missouri ages. But it worked out.
An enemy has been slain.
Also, I apologize for the loud breathing noises on this aspect. Not really much I can do about it.
Fury.
The one is just loud as fuck.
Your left tower is under attack.
Does Noah seem tilted? No, I mean it's Seagull. He's probably a little bit tilted. But Seagull usually doesn't tilt that much. At least from what I've noticed. He gets annoyed, but he never stops playing the game, from what I've noticed. And he's also just right now playing the ultimate AFK character. He'll be there for late game no matter what.
Enemy missing right.
I think Nuwa's coming to you guys.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
The 3 is somehow louder.
This will
Maybe it
focus
is.
my strength.
I guess it's when it hits. It probably uses the same sound effect. The same thud.
The darkness would take me back.
Your right tower is under attack. Oh, move like a jaguar.
I'll attack middle lane.
I will attack left lane. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
I mean, this is also the expected outcome when they pick the comp that they have, because they don't have a single early game character. Every single character they have, not to mention Rama aspect, you know, support obviously isn't great either, but if they're all picking late game characters, there's not really any character that they can rely on to carry them into that late game.
Left enemy tower.
You're hot. As if.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold. Goodbye.
Rama aspect is just trash. You're right. And then it's also in support, which I think would argue makes it worse.
Victory.
You know? It's not really much to do in a game like that. I mean, like if they get an early lead, I could see their comp be okay. Like it's still a Jing Wei, like a new one, shit like that, you know. Can't 0 and 5 and claim claim more damage against someone who's 1 and 0, only it's 600 damage less. Yeah. There might be some lack of basis. No. I'll pass. No jangle for me. It's a dodge? No.
Select your god.
What am I playing then? I gotta let other people play the Cuckoo as well. It is still just a fun character after all. Do I play Thor? I haven't played Mordred in a little while. I'll do a Mordred game. And by a little while, I mean like today. Because I play him all the time. And I wasn't sure what else to play. I actually haven't played Thanatos in a while. I gotta get a Thana game in tonight if I get the chance. It wouldn't have been bad here either. Just go into Cupid. Great. I mean, it's not really great in Sylvanas, but I suppose it doesn't matter if you get fed. Also, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Back to the Rama aspect thing. I'm happy that it isn't good because I don't like the fact, or rather, I would hate the fact that a Rama will just kill me through the wall. Because that aspect is kind of OP in concept. I think I'm fine with that. I don't need him to kill me through walls and just keep autoing with nothing stopping him. And also, it's idea is interesting, but I do think they should make something more interesting. But he's just that's also the old aspect design, right? Where they only changes one ability essentially, instead of the new aspect design where it just changes the whole character in a more major way. Unless you're Osiris, it just makes you a better version of yourself. Okay, what am I against? Afro. Okay. Probably not a whole lot of kill potential. Do I want to do Sun Queen? No, I don't think. Actually, fuck it. Why not?
By all means necessary.
By all means necessary. I've been enjoying Yogis a lot. Even on Mordred. He's got enough base damage to make it work. But I'll try a more aggressive build in this one. Especially into an Ephra as well. Like, I kinda need to get an early lead if I can. I think Harris is something beyond Smite Plant. Not at the moment. Definitely not. Hello, Nate. If we're talking like competitive stuff, then there's only the Smite Prime that they just announced. And in terms of games, absolutely not. I think Smite is the only thing keeping them afloat right now. Because they sold all the other IPs, right? Realm isn't really in development anymore. Brawlhalla, whatever it was called, it was bought by someone else. Actually, did they make Brawlhalla? Am I crazy? They sold one of their IPs, no? Are they gonna commit to Smite 2? I think they are pretty much full on, like all hands on deck for Smite 2 right now. I just think it got really rough for them since the layoffs. Is Modras better than non-aspect for solo? Just wondering since I started playing him. I don't really think there's like a clear winner. I think they're both very, very playable. I lean towards the aspect a little more right now because it gives a bit more cooldown reduction while your 2 is active, and I appreciate that more than I appreciate the protections and the attack speed. But I would, in most cases, probably, like critically, I think non-aspect is better. Because being extra tanky is so valuable right now, and non-aspect is just better for that. They didn't do Brawlhalla? Damn. I don't know where I got the idea. Let's wait for the gold camp. I do want it back here after this next wave. She's missing a lot of farm.
Enemy missing right.
Fuck it. I'll back now. Otherwise I might be too late.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
That jungle is nowhere to be
This
found.
goes on my right.
I sense your fear.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can contest it anyway with low keeping in base. Yeah. With my jungle missing, I'm just not gonna take that chance. I can't risk dying.
Ultimate is ready.
I'm coming. Let's go to Sylvanas.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know if she's baiting. It felt like she was baiting for a little while. Actually, they're on it now.
Fine.
Huh. They just did it. Fuck, I could have gone here then. Shit. They might have been thinking the same thing, that they had to give it up because solo was losing on their side, and then they just didn't go for it, and then they noticed they were still up. And that was great for them.
Susanna alt, det ska alt. There are no red.
Are they low?
No.
Okay, I'll just leave them. Now the question is, do I want to go Yogis now? I could. I'm gonna try it actually. I'll go Yogis. It's nice and cheap anyway. hell.
I am the greatest.
How much CC immune do you want?
An enemy has been slain.
No problem.
Your left tower is under attack.
I forgot I had Sash. I almost died. I wasn't even gonna attack her.
I can rotate for rocks.
Is all I have ever known.
Jungle was left jungle.
I 1 HP, I got her back. We can still try though. Afro is also low. I actually almost just cooked myself. I haven't gone Sash in so long, I forgot. Fucking hell.
Enemy missing middle.
Your right tower is under attack.
Sashim is still good. It is. Next patch, probably not as much. It is getting another nerf. Right now, Sash is very good.
Your middle tower.
It's crazy how many times this item has been nerfed.
Be right back.
It's only really good on the characters that want to be aggressive, though. Like Mordred, Thor it can be good on Thor as well. So right now it's probably just more character dependent than it's the item itself.
They're coming right.
I'm so dead. Yeah, I'm probably just dead then.
I'm coming.
Susan ult, Afro ult. Fucking hell, man. I want to just try and use the fact that she doesn't have beats. That was a bad fucking idea, I guess. Because of course the jungler would be around. I should have expected their duo queuing, but still.
Your left tower is under attack.
Trying to make a healing CERN build with it, but I keep having stomps, so I can't retest it. Yeah, it's tough, and CERN is also one of those characters who don't really transition very well into late game. If you're talking about the aspect, at least. Aspect CERN late game is so bad, and way too easy to counter.
Lead up.
Yes. I mean, he's just sitting here now. Either my jungler needs to do the same,
Your
or
left tower
I don't
is
know.
under attack.
I am the greatest.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's just really bad.
Look at this. We just need 4 of them. Just take this, take this, take this.
Your right tower is
He got one of them.
Your left tower is under attack.
Retreat.
I can rotate mid.
Enemy missing left. Oh, easy wrong team.
This is a shot one.
Do not expect to get
Discord ult.
Your left tower is under attack.
I really needed that kill. That's good for me. Fuck's sake, man. Afro is such an annoying character. It's the reason why I always ban it if I know people are gonna play it. This character is wildly frustrating to deal with as a melee character. Afro ult and beats again.
I sense your fear.
Enemy ultimate down.
Wash them away.
probably wouldn't struggle as much with it if I was playing with Yogi's first item. At least I could just regen it back up. Like the unfortunate thing
left, bro?
with Lash is obviously that it's not very tanky. That is more of an aggressive item. Let's get Glad Shield next.
On my way. Enemy missing right.
Like, you don't even want to ult them, man.
A couple blocks.
Your right tower is under attack.
Missing net. Cancel that.
Enough.
Attack fire giant.
I'm
I don't
safe.
think we should do this actually.
Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
Just put
They're
it.
coming up
They're
here,
here.
yes.
Your left tower is under attack.
Alpha's still here.
Oh, easy run, please, my
Wraps you apart.
under attack.
Your agony fuels.
They're coming right jungle. They're all coming too.
Your right tower is under attack.
What lane? On my way.
It was all
I mean,
Your right tower is under attack. Okay, kill.
this is really tilting, because like my jungle isn't playing around me at all, and Susano is just fucking sitting here half the time. And not only that, we can't even kill the person on the enemy team that he's ganking. Granted, I do want to give him the benefit of the doubt. He was trying to trade solo, so he might just not be a jungler. Still though, if he is a solo, he should fucking know to be there for rocks. He hasn't fucking been there once.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's our beads. Let's go dash.
There's 4 people here. I think we just gotta get out.
You are no match.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Nice dude. Like, I just need to farm at this point, because I'm not even that far ahead anymore. Because I just keep being visited. Like, I'm the one who needs to deal with all these fucking carries. They're all fed as fuck.
I sense your fear. Sentence blocked.
Unlucky stuff. I mean, how are we losing so hard with him not even, like, they're still
TP.
full HP. Like, it's insane to me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Whatever.
I think we have 6 guys. We're getting too full. It's not fun. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. I quit so after you and my team. Yeah, I just, especially in cases like this, like, I guess I'll just trade this guy next time, but it's so weird if you're a soul laner and you then don't play around rocks. Like, he should know how important that is. I mean, honestly, support is just also just a way more fun role right now. I think solo is not very fun in its current state. It could just be me. No, you know what? It's probably because solo doesn't get that much farm. In terms of, if I get fed, and my mid also gets, you know, just normal farm actually. If my mid gets his normal farm, and I'm fed, we're still same level. Don't like the damage in solo, to be honest. Like being a classic either hybrid or full tank. Right now, full tank is the way to go. In ranked, it's obviously different, because you can play whatever the fuck you want. But right now, full tank is the best option. Like, Osiris and Odin are arguably the best solos right now, and they both function best full tank. Because they have so much base damage that they can still make it work. And they're just overall the most useful. Well, Osiris is arguable. Like, Odin is just... Odin is insane. Sakila is any good as solo right now? Not really. Once again, in ranked you can make anything work. But in comp, I think he is playable, but I don't think he's that good. He also doesn't have that much base damage, which I think feels really bad if you want to go for a full tank type character. What he does bring to the table, though, is that he is really, really tanky. He is very tanky. But that comes at the expense of him not doing that much damage. If you're building a full tank. He's actually better as an assassin in Smite 2 than he is as a solo laner. He's been really good in some jungle metas. I think right now I don't see him as much. I don't know why, because I don't jungle, but... he does a fuck ton of damage. Mulan is definitely better than Achilles, I think. I could play some Mulan this game. Or, I don't know, I might have to play something where I can carry or help adapting out in these games.
Select your
Granted, if I'm against the Cabrakan, it's kind of rough. I definitely don't want to play Mulan into that. Could be an Odin angle. Yeah, fuck it. I'll do an Odin game. Poetry 1 and have fun on. That's the issue right now, is that everything is kind of boring to me. It's one of the reasons why I also haven't streamed much. It's because I don't feel that much passion for my role and the game at the moment. But I don't think it's because the game is in a bad state. I actually think the game is in a great state. It's just I'm not having that much fun with it because I'm tired of the meta. I'm tired of the meta, and I'm tired of the current characters that I have at my disposal. Solo just hasn't changed for a pretty long time now. And it's just kind of boring. Like, if I was really passionate about the game, I would just stream it every day. Like I have been sometimes. Right now, I'm just chilling. I do still play it every day, don't get me wrong, but I'm just not as, I guess, enthusiastic about it to the point where I want to sit and talk to people about it. I just chill with it and throw something on my other monitor, and I just chill with it. That's it. I enjoy the game, I don't love it. That's another way to put it.
Odin.
Like right now, I don't know if you guys can even hear it, but I do have like some piano music in the background. It's actually kind of nice, because usually I don't have music on, but I actually kind of enjoy just having some chill piano in the back. It's kind of really relaxing. I see Sap7 is back in the queue. I don't know who Spicy Rat is. Maybe it's Fairly? I don't fucking know. Listen to Atomic Habits from James Clear. Such a good book. I'm not much of a reader, but I admire the people that like I guess reading books. Even if it's audiobooks, I don't know, it just hasn't grabbed my interest. Alright. Where am I at? Bologna? Okay. Kinda didn't pick the Odin for this, but not like it's a bad matchup. To me, it's just I'm trying to break a lot of bad habits, and it helps a shit ton. Fair. If it helps, then that's good. Trying to quit smoking and drinking and come back to the gym. Yeah, I mean, it sounds healthy, especially as we get older. Now I'm 30 now, so I also have some bad habits that I should stop. But yeah, it's hard sometimes, especially when life isn't treating you very well, and you need some kind of comfort that you're used to. I've kind of been there recently, so I do get it, but it's good that you have something that helps you. Man, there's a pause in every game now. It's probably Kenneth. Is he playing chess? Where is he? What is he doing? He fucking is, man. For fuck's sake, Kenneth. No wonder I feel like there's a pause in every game. He's finishing his fucking chess. Oh, great. Oh my god, man. I'm opening his fucking stream. Is he ready yet? Okay, he's not playing anymore. It's funny because like this often happens. He's gonna pause for his RuneScape or his chess, and then we don't have a pause when we actually need it. All because he wants to finish his bullshit, Kenneth. God damn it. Priorities indeed. He knows what he wants. Smells like dog all of a sudden. He's making his bed. This is such a stalemate matchup, man.
Enemy missing middle. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Oops.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing. Rain shall wash them away.
Gonna give my Susano that kill.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, this is coming, but he's popped out.
Okay, that's both their ults.
I'm coming, can we fight?
How is she not 5 after even getting the kill?
Enemy has been slain.
Okay, he hit 5 now. It's actually kind of crazy. Granted, I shouldn't have jumped in. The second that Kenneth said that the Hades was coming, that's the moment I pressed my jump. And then it was bad. Did he die before? Yeah. I was just surprised to see him not even getting a...
Your middle tower is under
Not even get 5 off of a kill. That's kind of crazy to me. What's this guy laughing about?
enemy missing.
Go away.
I can't help you.
Valkyrie surround you!
Bring it on!
Rain shall wash them away!
Suddenly the support was there. And I didn't have my jump in time. But worked out. He also went very aggressive here with the Reaper. But maybe I can get a kill on him now that his ult is done. I should be in a good spot now that I finished Yogis. I hate laugh spammers. Yeah. It only gets to me, I think, if I know the person doing it, and I don't understand why they're doing it. Like, some people just do it. But if I see someone who never does it, and then suddenly they're doing it to me, I'm like, why? Why are you hurting me, man?
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, what have I
Loki
done to
incoming.
him? Like, this guy I don't know, so I don't really care about it. So many people like this for me to care about it when it happens once or twice in ranked. One more tick? No. He'll get one. Just one. Hello, Pope. I have been doing well for the most part. You
Oh, yeah, full
know,
of
usual
ladies.
ups and downs of life, but I've been doing well for the most part.
No fear!
I hope you have been too. I might have seen you in other channels. Maybe I think of someone else.
They're going left, okay. Hades, Cabra, Walker.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left. On my way. Is under attack.
Think you scare me? I'm not done with you!
Your left tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Right tower is under attack.
Let's grab his ult.
Valkyrie surround you.
Or a shell, actually. That's fine.
They're in left jungle.
Yeah, I'm falling back.
I'm on the way.
Look, ult down.
He like a baby.
Hades is there.
Your middle tower is under
Hades ult down. We kill the Hades?
I'm behind him.
I don't know. I guess I'll split down probably.
That's fine. Yeah, I think Shell is good. Like, Shell's good in general. It's very consistent. Like, it doesn't have a bad use. Even if you just need a shield to survive. Let's just leave that on the ground. And as a frontline especially, with ADCs being a gigantic nuisance a lot of the time, it's nice for the auto attack damage reduction. Like, that guy has to be Philly if he's playing. I don't know if he's playing with Sap,
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left. Your left tower.
but if that's the case, then it's probably Philly.
I'm coming.
Is under attack.
Does he have ult?
Oh, I'm trying to get it.
Just down him. I can get him.
Let's below all then, Shell.
Like a jaguar.
What is it? Oh, okay, that's it.
Hey, Neo, what's up, man? Been a while. I also haven't streamed in a while. Just doing a little bit of a late session.
Enemy missing.
Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, Seagull is kind of like straight up. Seagull is the reason I'm streaming tonight as well, because he was in Kenneth's chat, in Adapting's chat, asking me to stream. And I was like, I don't really know if I want to. I don't really know.
Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful. On my way. Enemy missing middle. Enemy ultimate.
Below not. Rocks. Do you like Tritons or Runeforged over Yogis? Not on someone like Odin, no. On someone who has a more consistent stun like Thor, I will go Runeforged.
Enemy missing left.
Otherwise, no. Bellona might come yet.
I'm listening.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
Hades, that's right. I'm coming.
Probably isn't worth it for me to ult that anymore.
Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Would it pyro here?
Sure.
Yeah, this is right.
Your right tower is under attack.
Who you mid? They know. I don't think it's good anymore.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna defend mid with you.
Under attack.
I don't know.
I really thought it was gonna be better for us. Like, how is this even remotely bad? It's not a worth trade. And Hades wasn't even here. Bro, land in the minions, man. Why are you just landing so he can hit you like that? I think I figured out why this was bad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I got traded. Wait, what did we trade? I traded myself for the
I guess.
Bellona. That is super not worth.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
On my way.
We're trying to kill anything, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna defend left.
It's fine.
Be right back.
Capra can jump on.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, it was a bit overkill on the Cabrakan, but it is what it is, you know.
On my way. Enemy missing left.
Oh, they know I'm rotating. He doesn't have shell. I can just ult him if I get close enough.
He has health now, though. Well, I'm with you.
Yeah, but Cap doesn't have shell.
The enemy team has destroyed
Okay.
the Gold Fury.
I guess we didn't have gold vision.
I'm coming mid. I just come up link. I'm not fighting with you.
Your Right lane.
It is behind. They're going left. Hades is coming right.
Wash them away.
Lucky blink.
Found you.
Lucky ult.
Good ult.
Yeah, can we start fire?
I don't think that's a good idea, but sure.
Just kill them as they come in, I think. Loki has nothing, Bologna has nothing.
Hades is back, poked in the back.
You're going nowhere.
I mean,
Like, didn't everyone not go in? Like, the people stay on fire.
I don't know. We just need to, like... I don't know. They get fire now. Like, we can't pull like this.
What's the HP?
8k. 7k. 3k. 3k. We need to get in.
Yeah, never mind, I guess.
I mean, after we kill 2, if we just do pyro, we just get pyro for free. That's it. Like, it's... we
Yeah,
kill
but
2 building a
I
pyro.
wasn't trying to do fire, I was just like, I wanted to bait them in and kill them. But then we stayed on fire. Like, red people just splitting up. Like, Bologna should have been free when she went in. She ulted for nothing. But I guess that's me expecting too much.
Yeah, but like, it's a fucking bronze lobby, like...
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Really are a forger of shells, yeah, and that's... It's not really much else to use the Odin ult for. Like, they have 2 shells, and they have, like, Loki ults and blinks, and, like, Odin ult is probably one of the most useless things in terms of, I guess, just its usage.
Your middle phoenix.
It's still a good ability, very good ability.
Like a baby.
Loki coming in and stuff. I'm on the way.
Fabuloso.
I mean, my Jingwei just dies. Like, I can't do any setup. This is exactly why I don't want to play stuff like this in ranked. It's because it feels like absolute shit. Because I can have them on me for years, and it doesn't matter because we don't have the damage follow-up. It truly just feels like shit. Aegis will help a lot here, though. So I might kill this guy in the end.
Enemy has been slain.
Cab might have ult soon.
Right lane.
On my way.
Alright, safe.
Your left tower is under attack.
He actually isn't even... fuck, man. He isn't building what I thought he was. Might still be worth it to go Spectral, but... fuck it. I'll just go Spectral. I'm not sure what else to buy anyway. Yeah, I think in the firefight, I think Jingwei stayed on it instead of fighting. I might be wrong, I don't want to just throw assumptions out, but if we fight there, I just don't see how we ever lose that fight. Like, straight up. Bellona walked in, she ulted someone, I think. And that person might have died. Maybe that was Jingwei. Like, I don't fucking know. Whatever. It also doesn't matter. It just feels really awkward.
The enemy team has destroyed
Like,
the
I'm the
Gold
one
Fury.
person who can maybe tank up the Hu Yi, but like Hu Yi just... He's marked as... He does too much for him.
They're doing right, go. Just fight mid, fight mid.
We're just gonna be slowed off the jump.
I can go mid, stay mid, stay mid.
Wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Defend middle lane.
I'm flanking.
You can flank her. What was used? What was used?
That's so fucked.
Is
Like,
under attack.
right there, Susano should live, but because Loki ult follows combat blink, he dies. Like, there's no way that is actually intended. He just follows the target. That shit can't be right. Fuck it. I'm going back. Time to go ward fire and pyro. At least the thing I do like with the Odin ult in Smite 2. I guess it's not a Smite 2 thing.
Keyword fire.
Yeah, they're not on it.
Okay, one more wave incoming.
On my way.
They might pull.
They started.
I'm zipping. Hey, this is behind. Hey, this is behind.
Get cap, he's isolated.
He's in the back. Hey, life if you can.
Like, I don't get it. There's 3 people on me. I don't know, I just have 3 people on me. I'm not sure how we died in the back.
I mean, the Susanna just got soloed by Hades, because... I mean, this Hades is so fucking strong right now.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
We also do have Scylla, which is not exactly an engage support, like he's just standing back and poking. That also makes it a lot harder for me to play the game, because I'm just solo frontlining. games that feels terrible as a tank, they can focus for a century and your backline isn't killing people for it. That's more of a rank problem than I think is the meta problem.
Hades is low, Hades is low.
Your left tower.
Like my Jing Wei right now, as an example, like this isn't the meta, you know. This is just him being bad. My Jing Wei is 0 and 12, one of the most broken entire like late game ADCs in the entire game. You know, don't get me wrong. I think he is trying his best, and I'm not complaining about that. That's fine. I don't expect anything less, or anything more, I should say. But it doesn't change the fact that it just feels like shit to be a frontline in this game right now, because their ADC is doing so much for them, and ours isn't doing anything. If I was playing a carry in this game, like I could at least help. Like my laning probably would have been a lot harder, but at least I could have helped out my team when we get to this stage. It's always a weird one, because I don't mind playing a tank if I have a backline I can rely on, but I hate playing a tank when I have a backline that just isn't doing too well. Makes it really hard to play as a frontline.
Right Phoenix is under attack.
Hades is planting.
Enemy has been slain.
Hades in the back, guys.
Loki's low.
No, that's really good.
Your Titan's under attack. Your Titan's under attack.
That's so shallow.
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
I got fucking silenced so I couldn't Aegis, man.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
I don't want to be in the game anymore. Like,
Also,
he built Executioner, man. Just go Hydras. It's so broken on Jingwei. It's what makes her able to two-shot. We did overchase a bit there, but it was worth it to try and see if we could get the Hades. And I don't think I should have died, it was just an unfortunate silence.
Your Titan's under attack.
I mean, Kin's Hurts combined with Hu Yi's Mark. Like, the Hu Yi Mark is just, are we dashing straight into it? Man. You're 0 and 15 Jingwei, man.
Your left
But I mean, he did just go for a full-on tank killer build. Like, in a build like this, XC is fine. In a build like this, XC is not fine. Don't go XC. No, why did you play? Yeah, I mean, it kind of had to, because otherwise, who else is gonna kill me? Like, and Hades probably isn't going to kill me. Who he had to. Loki probably could full late game too, but yeah. There isn't really much to do in a case like that. Don't know why the Bill is talking shit. He just has low self-esteem. That's fine, he can run his mouth. In his mind, he knows what happened. Words won't change that. Heartseek is getting a small nerf next patch, but I mean, it's still gonna be a good item. I think this has just happened a lot today. I'm not blaming a specific person, but almost every game I feel like there's been one person who just feels like they shouldn't be in the game. Which does suck, because it just makes the game worse. Like, a game like this could be really fun. I'd be super down to just have fun in a game like this. But there is one very clear example of someone who is just super underperforming, which kind of ruins the whole lobby. That makes it much less fun to play. Like, whatever happened in Duo over here. In the Alma game, what even happened here? Yeah, same thing actually, yeah. It was another ADC problem. In my Thor game, yeah. Even in this one, I struggled a lot in this one, but this game was over from minute 1. It's just we had people that didn't want to surrender, and I was just mentally out of this one. That was partly a bad game on me as well. Oh no, I've lost so much SR. I've lost so much SR. I would jungle as well if it wasn't still like... This is still a decent lobby in terms of who jungles and like goes around mid, but my jungle is not good enough, I think, to be a jungle in these lobbies. So the best option for me is just to go for a damage dealer in solo. Time to play shit like Thanatos. Or Janus. Something I could rotate fast would be nice. Hello, Hex Knight. Jing. Could go Jing as well, yeah. I haven't played Jing in a little while, but I definitely could. Don't feel like playing Aladdin. I could even do Anubis, but I think Anubis is a bit more rough. Like, even if I get really fed, Anubis is still just such an easy character to kill. Still, that would be kind of fun. I actually wouldn't mind playing some Anubis. Could do Hades as well. He's still good in solo. There's the Janus, the Jingwei. Obviously Kukulkan if he's open, but doubt it. Ra is fun too, and I think he actually has a good early game, even as mage. I don't think he loses to that much, because he's got pretty good clear early. He can't really fight, but that's fine. Maybe Tsukuyomi as well. Tsuku could be fun. But Tsuku is also kind of in the same boat as Anubis. New to the game, was wondering if you had any tips for solo. I mean, there's a lot of tips. I guess it depends a bit more what you're trying to do and how you play, what you're playing, all those types of things. Otherwise, it's a bit hard to give tips. Not just a general thing. Don't rotate too much. Focus on just farming. One bad rotation just could lose you the game. Or your lane, I should say. How long is left in the rank season? There's a soft reset coming next patch. I don't know how bad it is though. It's a soft reset. It usually just takes everyone above deity down to 4.4 or something like that. So yeah, so it takes anyone on deity down to masters and anyone in demigod down to obsidian. I believe that's how they did it last time. They're bringing the top player down to 4K and orienting everyone's SR based on that. Interesting. Thanks for spilling my cheese yesterday. It was quite humbling. I appreciate it, man. It was a fun match. That was the Anubis game, right? Wasn't I playing Cuckoo that game? Because otherwise it's unfair. That's just an unfair match. Pretty sure that's what I read. Gotcha. Suppose we'll see then. They might be trying a different system this time. Either way, I'll probably hate it. I hate the soft resets every single time. I do have ADC here, but I suppose I'll ADC now that Klino is here. I'll give up solo for him.
Select your god.
Okay. And recommendation for which gods to play in solo. Give me a second, I can show the list after I've picked.
Oh, how droll.
Oh, don't honor him. In terms of easy to play solo gods that also have high pressure, Mordred is a good one. Thor is a good one. If you're looking for something a bit more hybrid, like Mordred and Thor can do that as well. Survivability-wise, Wukong has a lot of survivability, and I think he's good, like in low elo as well. That's fine. Mulan is good in lower matches as well. Yorm is very easy to play, but I think he's boring. Most of the time, you just left click, because that's the whole thing with Yorm. But that's the ones I would recommend, especially Thor and Mordred. Very fun, high mobility, a lot of variety in terms of building. If you want something that's ranged, you can play Apollo as well. Apollo with the aspect activated, which is this little thing you see at the top of the character. In Smite 2, you have two versions of characters. Because his aspect makes him a tank. When you mean hybrid, do you mean building both defensive and offensive items? Yes, correct. And sometimes it's just built into the item. There's an item called Sanguine Lash. Sanguine Lash will simply give you both protection and power, but it's just lower than if you had like an item that was pure protection or pure power. Stuff like that as well. Not necessarily like a full pure item, and then You can do that too. Like, some items are good enough to the fact that you can start with a pure damage item and then go full tank after that, but yeah, then we're just getting to specifics, you know. And there's probably websites for builds and stuff somewhere. I forgot. I haven't streamed enough recently to know if and what is up to date. But maybe some people in chat knows. Right. Probably a beats game.
No. No.
No.
Good game.
No.
Yeah, this is already feeling a little cooked. They're so stacked on the enemy team compared to us. Pendulum for 2600 will make it strong in solo again. It's gonna make it strong in general again, probably. I don't know how good it's gonna be in solo. Because being full tank just feels so powerful, but
Please.
I think that item will make her a bit more playable again.
Please.
Oh.
Minions have spawned.
Okay.
My Scylla support has in fact gone Warrior's Axe. Not really too sure how this is gonna go.
Good luck. Have fun.
Enjoy yourself.
Grab some gear. We did great. We did great. Grab some gear. We did great.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing.
Unfinished projects.
Completed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Completed.
Yes. Ward here. Your right tower is under attack.
Certainly feeling really cooked. Ah, fuck it, I'm back. Maybe aspect cap?
Some gear. We
No, the problem with aspect cap is that it just doesn't do any damage early game, meaning it's not gonna be good in solo. Is it gonna be playable in ranked? Sure, obviously, but we'll see.
see ya.
I bid you goodbye.
I actually just auto ranged me. That's so close. I feel like I should have been dead there.
Attack
Well, not dead, but
Thanks.
tower is under
I actually still got that.
Okay.
Your left tower is under retreat.
Retreat from the jungle. See ya.
Looks like Scylla is also just trolling. I think she took blue.
Your left tower is under attack.
He obviously doesn't have aspect either, but he could at least try to play the game.
No worries.
You rock.
A monument to my opulence. Careful now.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ah, that sucks. Enemies in left lane. Middle lane.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Retreat.
A monument to my opulence.
Attack. Attack.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
It's just back for items.
Wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack the minions. Follow me.
Attack the fire
Attack the gold fury.
I'm not even too sure what the Scylla aspect does outside of just making the ult be mana based. Just like surely Scylla, normal Scylla still works as a support in pretty much the same way.
Gank middle lane.
Be right back.
Retreat.
A monument to my opulence.
Please.
Retreat left lane. Enemies in the left lane.
A monument to my opulence.
Retreat left lane.
Ally has been slain.
Gank. Enemy spotted.
I'll gank right lane.
No one does it better than me.
Enemy missing.
That's too bad.
Be careful.
Your left tower. A monument to my opulence.
Be careful, right on my way. Enemy has
I
been
mean, at least they got him, but if he lands on the Aladdin, I think that's just better for us overall. No worries, Pope.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing
Attack.
right. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing right.
Ally has been slain. Okay.
Didn't need rotate.
Fabuloso. them away. Ultimate is down.
Retreat right lane.
Enemy missing. On my way.
Your middle tower is under
Pricing
attack.
ADC. I wish that was the case. Lino stole my role.
Enemies in left lane.
I don't want to be here. Honestly, I'm fine with ADC. It's a rough lobby. My Scylla support forgot to go Aspect and also when Warriors Axe.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful.
I'm against Herog's Aladdin. If my ult is up there, probably kill actually. Gotta be careful. There's definitely an Aladdin coming.
Enemy missing. Be careful right.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yes. Okay. On my way.
Grab some gear. We did great. Retreat right lane.
Rock.
Enemies incoming.
They're both one. That's so sad. And my comms don't work. My comms don't work, man. I couldn't even tell my team. Yeah, the tower did betray me as well. That's also really fucked up. Get him.
Enemy has been
Let's just go
slain.
straight into a Deathbringer, I think.
No worries.
My horrific.
Please.
All gank left lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
yourself. Defend middle lane. Attack right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Absolutely smashing.
Enemy missing middle.
Defend middle lane.
Careful now.
Okay.
Group up. Set up an ambush here.
A monument to my opulence.
Okay. Enemy missing middle.
A monument to my opulence.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
I bid you
I mean,
A monument to my opulence.
of all the paths I could have taken, it leads to the Neath. Fuck me, bro. But yeah, I mean, losing that gold was so bad. Like, why is no one zoning her? Like, why are we all just... She is better secure than all of us. So, like, we need to have someone zoning her, otherwise she will do exactly that. I stopped DPSing too, because I wasn't really sure what else I could have done there. What the fuck? Did the minions body block him? Are you landing? Oh my god, it took him so long to miss. Why was he in the air for so long?
Under attack. Yes. Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Unfortunate.
completed.
A monument to my opulence. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll attack middle.
Careful now. A monument to my opulence.
Oh my god, man.
Enemy has been
Oh, I fucked it. Fucking ages last so long. I still fucked it. It's unfortunate. This game is just so tragic overall. The shit that is being witnessed.
Enemy missing left. Careful.
Middle lane. Enemies behind us.
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Spotted.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Completed. The rain shall wash them away.
Free your
A monument to my opulence.
excellent.
Be right back.
I'll bid you goodbye. Attack. There's the spirit.
Smashing. Ultimate is ready.
Enjoy yourself.
A monument to my opulence.
Thanks.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain. Right. Follow me. Ultimate is down. You rock.
Thanks.
You should see the hors d'oeuvres I bring for
Okay, Neath is starting to have a lot more attack speed than I can deal with. I gotta try and not fight him. Unless I get an impale. That's the win condition.
Enjoy yourself.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Be careful, middle.
Careful now. On my way. Be careful, middle.
Enemy mission left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yes.
Enemy mission
Be
left.
careful. Save yourself. Gang. Oh, easy wrong team, my enemy. Take it like a baby.
The mid is there too, man. Of fucking course he is. Fuck, man.
Team has destroyed a left.
I shouldn't have jumped then. I was thinking if I jump, at least he needs to jump in on me and I should be okay. I could have maybe beats than impaled, but I don't want to pre-beats into an Aladdin.
Destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ta-da.
Ward the fire giant.
Don't be glum. There's no problem.
Can I even... Still think I can fight him, but it's probably not worth at this point.
Enjoy yourself.
That's too bad. Enemies have returned to base. Help left lane. Be careful left. Ward here.
Enemy missing.
Attack right lane. Retreat! Retreat!
Yes.
Awesome.
Enemies incoming. See ya.
Ally has been slain.
Absolutely smashing.
Take it like a baby. Double kill. Oh, you move like it. Look out. Defend the fire
Your middle tower is under attack.
Titans at least now. It's gonna help killing the front line.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This music is so relaxing, it is. It's really cozy and...
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
It is making me a little sleepy at this hour, to be honest.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Enemies at the go. Rain, wash them away. 200 IQ play.
Enjoy
Enemies
yourself.
at the Gold Fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the
Tragic. It's blindfolded chest, let's do blindfolded smite.
Your right tower is under attack. Your
Could
right
work.
tower has been destroyed.
Smited 2 is pretty predictable.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
It's 2 bombs. Pretty good damage. But we don't have enough damage coming in.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Just gonna save for my
Middle
starter, I
tower
think.
is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
It rains, it pours. Ally has been slain.
Missed too many autos on the Sylph. Should have had him.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Retreat from the jungle.
The pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is
Guess I should have rotated and helped instead of farming the wave, but... yeah, not sure it would have made a difference.
Free your soul.
Enemy has been slain. You rock.
What do I actually build last? I have no idea. I guess I just go Oboe. For attack speed purposes.
Slay. Have fun.
bid you goodbye.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Group up. Attack fire giant.
A monument, my opulence!
Enemy missing.
Enjoy yourself.
Defend the fire giant.
Man, I really want to open before this fire, but
On my way.
See ya. Okay.
Enemy ultimate down.
okay, he's just fucking immune when he comes back out, man. Like, what's the point? Okay, and he predicted my jump. Fuck me, dude. Like, Aladdin takes the damage, but he doesn't fucking die, or he doesn't get stunned. It's so weird, man. The way they've designed that character just doesn't make any sense.
Bolts of lightning. Very, very.
Let's just give him CC immune when he comes out of the lamp. Let's just not make it so that you have any counter potential to this fucking lamp.
Defeat.
Fucking hell, man. I don't know if is Kenneth done? Or is she still playing? I'll probably play it till I at least get a win. I want to end on a win. Pretty sure he insta-beats? Okay, fair enough. If that is what he did, then sure. I just didn't hear it. He might have done it before he went outside. It's a dangerous goal. I don't know. I'm surely I can win in the next 2 hours, you know? Surely. Surely. I'm back in solo. I'm probably still gonna play something damage. I really can't be asked to play a full tank again. I was thinking about Raw. Guess it's not gonna be that.
Dodgy.
Just make sure, otherwise I guess I'm playing dodgy solo. Which probably is okay. Still. Okay, I've misclicked once. Yeah, it's easy to do. Like all you have to do is press on a character's face. It's very easy to quote unquote fuck it up. People have been in that situation so many times. I've been in that fucking position, but after it happened to me once, I never did it again. Now I took the chance by doing it. Otherwise, I'm making fucking sure that people want that pick. Usually, I just spam it. If I want a pick, I'm spamming it. Alright, what am I playing here? Poseidon, maybe? The pause game. If I'm into Bologna, I think I'm going pause.
Poseidon.
Also, he's Radiant now, so I gotta do that at least once. Radiant pause is so cool. I think they nailed a lot of the Radiant skins. I think one of the few ones that comes to mind that I don't like is Anhur's, but that's also a very early one. I think Anhur just looks weird. It almost feels like it was just... I don't know, I guess it's because it's one of the older versions. I think they've gotten better at making them as time went on. And I guess I have to go Aegis in this one. Because goddamn Tsukuyomi.
No. Okay. Yes. It's nothing. Okay. It's nothing.
Minions have spawned.
I'm assuming there's a pause game due to them having Ra and Suku. No, it's a pause game because I'm against Bologna. And I don't want something that is right in her face. I want something that can self-peel. And Bologna can't stick to me. I like playing characters that Bologna can't stick to, because she's a very oppressive character if you're trying to box her. So I'm picking something that isn't boxing her and simply just keeping the distance. I could have played like Apollo or like Osiris Aspect or something like that. That doesn't need to be in her face. But this seemed more fun, so it's a mix of it. It's going to be annoying until level 3,
Enemy missing.
more than likely. He is going to have to clear on me. But still, it's not like the matchup is easy.
Hello there. Enemy missing.
It's just less annoying this way.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
I flickered it, then I missed. Because I was running out of time.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful left.
Okay. Your left tower is under attack.
Test. Okay, I have comms again.
Oh my god.
It didn't work last game for some reason.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know where Suku is, I just have to stay back. Actually, I'll keep my creeps. So I can't get zoned.
Be right back. Thanks. On my way.
You rather stop me, buddy? Who the hell? Oh shit, that's
Yeah,
fucking issue.
mid pressure.
What the fuck was the support here?
Enemy missing.
I don't know.
Sorry.
They're all coming. Just give.
Yeah, I think we just give that.
Oh, we can invade, it's fine.
You guys should really invade purple.
Yeah, we get that.
Be right back. Be careful middle. Be careful middle.
Retreat!
Enemy missing middle. Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What a shot. Blue is too hard to steal away, man. That should just get one shot.
Don't chase. You're level 4, bro. Just farm.
Enemies behind us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy missing left.
On my way.
Sorry, bro.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
It was a good fight. Keep on.
Help middle lane.
He has ult. We should have ult.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Follow me.
Hey, we go.
Enemy ultimate down.
They're nothing out.
Be right back.
Good old yogis. I'm still trying to cook up what I want to build after this, though.
Be careful.
I can't really build full tank Poseidon. He's not really. He doesn't have enough base damage to really be scary that way. I do have to go kind of hybrid. Brawlers isn't bad here though. We're zoning, man. I hate when people zone in ranked. Like, why would it? Do we need SR that badly?
Be careful.
It's just in a ranked game or like a fucking competitive game.
Enemy ultimate down. Okay.
On my way! Gang!
Yeah, we should fight this guys.
On my way! Ultimate is ready! Enemy has been slain!
Think.
Your last tower is under attack! Your left tower is under attack! Enemies at the Gold Fury!
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Enemy missing left! Be careful!
On my way. Enemy ultimate down.
Rain shall wash them away!
I don't want to rotate actually.
Be right back. Ultimate is down.
Four. Nice zone. Come on, come on.
Enemy missing middle.
I think was flanking.
No, let me check. You guys think it.
Enemy ultimate down!
Enemy missing.
Yeah, I mean, Bellona still does a fuck ton of damage.
Fury! On my way!
Ultimate down.
Embrace
Shoot ult. We can left, bro. They're coming.
Okay.
Ultimate down.
Bellona's really low, Rise half HP.
Yeah, I can come. I can come.
I think they're done though.
It's fine. We got the golds.
Yeah, I need 100.
Be careful left.
ultimate is ready! On my way! Wrong team, I am sorry. Enemy has been slain! Rain, wash them away!
Power's up inside.
Group up.
Got the assist, but that was like 15 gold.
Out of water!
Not exactly worth it. But it looks better on the score, you know? Does anything else actually matter?
Your right tower is under attack! The Pyromancer!
Be careful. Yes.
Enemy ultimate! Your last tower!
Will they come there?
You can, here's no ult.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer!
On my way.
Just get out and push mid. Mark.
I'll defend
Sure.
middle lane.
Do you have ult?
No,
Your
no ult.
middle tower is under attack! Enemy has been slain! Strong!
Are they coming left?
Ra
How
went
many have
right,
got
and
left?
Ganesh is coming left.
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
get
I mean-
I'm here.
I'm here too.
Super ult down.
Wash them away.
Sukio down.
Got dodgy defend it. TP. Just kill out, guys.
Careful left.
Yeah, Ramo's still here.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
On my way.
No problem.
It's a dash.
Attack right lane. On my way.
Enemy has been slain. Range, wash them away.
Bro's looking. Now quick, that's quick.
What's the range? So... Just wait for the wave, wait for the wave, wait for the wave, wait for the wave.
So you are capable of some things, huh?
That turned out pretty well for me.
Enemy tower. The pyroman has arrived.
Guess I'll just back. Rocks are done.
Enemy missing middle.
My trident.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it was a great mess for the setup. Because then I didn't have to will pull. Because I didn't have it at the time.
On my way.
Come to me for passive.
They're on me, visible, what?
Yeah, we should do both of these.
No, it's fine, we can do it. Go with me.
Destroy the pyromancer.
I need to push mid and I can come. Come here, left guys.
That's Ganesh Aegis.
Rob it. Oh, I thought he would have looked at it, but...
Ram ult.
Bye now.
I'll go do the Naga thing, you guys will ult.
Yeah, we do Nago zone.
Be right back.
This game is so over for them. It's definitely looking good for us, yeah. I mean, I don't know what happened in ADC, but like, Rama is very far behind. 6th level, this is insane.
I need like 1 HP.
Enemy missing.
I'm coming left.
Drone all down.
Wash them away.
Awesome.
We probably could have just fired, I think, for that kill, but doesn't really matter.
Guys, please don't in. We're gonna lose FG.
Save yourself.
Bask in celestial restoration.
That'll be fine.
Time to get either Aegis
Yeah, nice, you did that.
or upgrade, or rather, Blink or upgrade the Aegis. Let's go Blink.
Enemy missing.
It's a pretty big shutdown.
Be right
Wait, Rama got the kill? That's fine, actually. Thought Suku got the kill. That would have been much worse.
Go. That's a beach down.
my way.
Suku shouldn't have ult yet.
Destroyed the pyramids.
I'm gonna lead the back.
Need healing.
I'm here.
I have TP for mid.
Just cripple.
Enemy has been slain.
No problem.
We have no way.
Yeah, get mid tower as well. Maybe just go fire.
The rain shall wash them away.
Take this jungle bomb. Goodbye.
Bye.
Victory.
We'll take it a little longer than usual, I guess. I believe Kenneth is not gonna play tomorrow. Which means I'm not too sure how much I'll play, because I don't know, if I see a good queue going, I'll play, but with Kenneth not playing, Nika is not playing because it's weekend, that means only Sap might have a good queue going, and if there isn't a good queue, I'm not sure I want to play, so I'll take it a little longer today. I'll just play until Kenneth doesn't want to play anymore. But that's the type of shit I can play in solo, in ranked. But like that stuff wouldn't really work in competitive. It's just too easy for the jungler to kill me early game. I'm not sure any mage really would really work in solo right now, in like an actual competitive game. I could see maybe Ised work, but not be good. Goku aspect is still kind of up in the air. I think right now it would be good, but also pretty easy to gank, I would say. He just has a lot of damage output, but when it comes to defending himself, not not the best. Giannis is risky, but he is good in solo. I like Zeus, but Zeus is also really easy to gank. He's a good laner. In a 1v1, he's really good, but if you're against like a Thor or bots or anything like that, you're just the easiest kill in the entire game. Aspect Vulcan does work, I suppose. Maybe I play some Aspect Vulcan actually. Because he's just such a piece of shit to deal with. I haven't played it in a while too. Maybe I do that. If I don't get my Cuckoo, I suppose I'll get some Vulcan action. Definitely think I need to get either Osiris or Odin out. I think Osiris is worse. If I'm playing a mage in solo.
Select your god.
Oh, how droll.
I'll play DC instead, I suppose. Fits a bit better in terms of what we're trying to, or the players that are on our team. I don't think Cleano plays ADC. Ugh. I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. I can feel myself yawning more and more. But I got my win. I can stop anytime. I just wanted one more win. It's the music? It might be. It's too fucking relaxing. You might be right. But straight up, I've despite having some really annoying games during this stream as well, I have enjoyed it. And I think a lot of that comes down to the music. It's just relaxing. I'm just vibing. Usually I just sit in silence and interact with you guys, or I watch something else while I wait for the queue. Like, this is so cozy. I was inspired by adapting, always like, well, not always, but sometimes listening to like relaxing, like chill music, or like jazz or whatever, something like that. And I thought about, like, I enjoy listening to a chill piano. And I would try that instead of listening to something else. This is actually real nice. I like it. And the VOD watchers will be confused, because you don't hear that on the VOD. But trust me, VOD watchers, it's very cozy and very nice to listen to.
Anhur. Oh, how droll.
It's nice watching someone better than me also suck at building items correctly. It's something you'll learn with time. And the meta changes a lot and very often because of its, I suppose, being in a beta state, so nerfs and buffs and stuff like that happens pretty often. Granted, it's not big changes. It tends to just be like minor item changes. Archeo definitely makes me want to go beats. But the rest of the team comp kind of makes me want to go Aegis. Yeah. Still beats. I'll just buy Aegis if it comes down to it. Every time. This time it wasn't even Kenneth. Tried Summon Kong aspect, it's pretty fun. Yeah, it is. It was also nerfed to the ground. It used to be very good. As a full mage. But yeah, it was very unfair to deal with. Because the stick got so long. Because you build int and the stick gets longer. And it was just unavoidable poke to an unfair extent. But I might actually have to try it again eventually. Maybe if me and Kenneth get into like a lower elo lobby one of these days, maybe I will play some int Wukong again. He is being buffed in the next patch as well, but I do believe that is. Actually, is that aspect as well?
Minions have spawned. Hi.
Congratulations! You escaped death today.
Have fun.
Okay, bro.
Be careful, left.
No problem.
Nam left jungler.
On my way.
Is Sama pretty decent in solo? She is. Decent is a good word for her. I think she is good, and she is playable.
I have no wall.
I don't think she's at the top. I think she has too many weaknesses, but she's good.
It is left jungle.
And it's also
I don't
hard
have
not
pressure,
to
guys, I
use
can't
with her aura. Like, the aura buff is so powerful.
I'm gonna back
I
first.
can go purple. It is blink mid. Okay, keep them in lane, or I can try and get the purple.
Sure. There we go, then go camp.
Yeah, it's we should invade.
500 HP.
It's fine, you get it.
Nice, I got it.
Do you guys 5? I can blink on the up here.
Yeah, I'm 5.
It is walking over here.
Alright, just fall back then.
I don't think he's gonna kill that.
Engage. This is up as well.
He's back in mid.
I got 5 here. I'm gonna blink gold. As soon.
He has no dash, he's here. I need to kill wave. No blink, by the way. Yes, ulti.
I think I can hit that. Ooh.
That's alright. Limbs here.
Ow. May be able to blink out.
You get him. He has no blink.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I'm not on my peak hour, bro. I'm sorry.
It's alright, King. Just leave me yourself.
We don't forgive you, just so you know.
Facts.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, I'm talking to game, guys. There's nothing on this conversation about you.
Quiet.
I need to back so badly here.
On my way.
On my way.
No problem.
It is here, no ult, he has blink though. Yes, burst this, I guess.
Well, great the start and then a very scuffed way. Yeah. That can easily happen. That's just smite 2.
I'm the greatest.
Like, wait, we almost one-shot them. Chase it,
not helping,
guys.
guys.
And we all got
Please
one-shot on the one on the
Yes,
chase, you know.
I thought
Type
you guys
shit.
got him, sorry. Hades
We
is
should
coming.
fight. Alright, you're super ahead.
I don't know if he has ult.
I don't mind doing purple first if you want. We should invade, definitely.
I'll be seeing you.
That's too bad.
Oh, my bad, maybe. I thought you guys had him for sure.
No, we should have. It's on me. I missed.
Part is missing. I'm just gonna play for purple.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy
They're gonna be coming right now. Can we just fight them?
Your left tower
Sure.
is under attack. Like a jaguar. Enemy missing middle.
Blink gold.
Enemy
Antidotum.
I mean, if I'm the one dying,
That's Rama beats an ult. Nim ult.
He's going right meds.
I'm coming mid, I got to be.
Here is ult down.
Name is no ult.
On my way.
We should fight this. Look on my left.
They're on the buffs.
Ganesha behind, guys.
Oh.
Blatant jungle diff. There's definitely a certain jungler visiting more than another
Yo, Hades
certain
touch him.
jungler.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Hades no dash.
Just sit there for me.
Wash them away. Awesome. Fine. Curses.
Your right tower.
So Anhur skin feels right with the music, you're right.
You're okay, bro.
Your left tower.
It's here. Team is right. Can you guys get rocks?
Then backed.
I'm just back.
Attack rightly.
Maybe we can force a fight on right and get gold.
Enemy
Yeah, I have rotation, guys. I have mid pressure.
enemy spotted. Enemy has been slain.
To the earth.
You're welcome. Enemy ultimate down.
Hades is right.
I can book him.
He has ult.
Next game.
Just dash.
It's fine.
They have a strong contest here. I don't like this pool.
Yeah, can we just maybe secure buffs here? Maybe look for Hades if
Yeah,
he
yeah,
rotates.
Almost.
I just look for the neutrals. Yikes. We can do pyro for sure. Do you like that?
The pyromancer.
No.
Let's go to pyro. Let's go to pyro.
I don't
Flash
think we
machine.
should. They're good. They're following.
Fine.
I need to back.
Hades here.
I need to be very careful fighting him here. Because he's gonna have a very clear attack speed advantage on me. And I don't crit often enough right now to make it
think they may be right
That's
there.
even of a trait.
The rain shall wash them away.
Purple is saying cooldown.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
Hades
Blind you
behind.
guys.
Please. Guys. Can you back game?
I'm gonna try.
I poke Hades.
That's a result.
I can go on him.
Sure.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm not. No wrench. I hit the double left-hander.
It's fine. Good shit, Vives, a double one?
Yeah, almost triple.
Holy fuck. You said this wasn't your night, bro. What happened? It's your night.
Nah, I miss the 360 blink fall.
Ah, never mind then.
Fuck. For the record, guys, I didn't mean to press jump. I pressed the wrong fucking button.
That means the dice on a pool.
Yeah.
You hit this.
I don't know if this is good, guys. This ball. I'm super weak, don't fight.
I lost my tower.
Your right tower is under attack.
It looked cool. It would have been cool if I had ult, because then I might actually have been not have enough damage to kill either. But just one
He's
of them.
Hades
that
left
shit.
him.
He's an old. He's an old.
You should have ult.
Out of mana.
Should be back.
I'm chilling.
But worst of all,
Go on gold, guys. Let's try and catch them rotating to mid.
The enemy team has destroyed the
I'll let them walk back to mid for free, maybe. You have ult? Oh.
I will just reset.
Let's use here. Yeah, Vives, you gonna do something about it. It's kind of your guy.
I'm TPing. Can we defend this?
Yeah, let me fully go.
Your left tower.
I got bomb.
Are they on it?
I
Hades
can
up
blink
down.
gold on this. Sure, I'll blink gold on him.
I'm in left for now. Right after this wave.
That's Aegis.
Strike is all I need.
I'm with you.
I bombed the tower.
there's a Ganesh over here. It's a wild elephant.
destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Can you do the Naga?
Yeah.
There's
we
three
should-
people on the
should
right
do
side.
Nice, nice.
Man, I can't believe the fucking solo laner ended up getting there, and that's what killed me.
that. I mean, then I don't know.
It was also well played by Atio. He heard my back and was just looking for it with his string. He wasn't sure where it was.
That's just nice.
Ganesh shouldn't have ult yet either.
Enemy missing.
Let me
I
see
can't
here.
be there, guys. I don't think that's pretty bad fight. You're too deep.
Your right tower is under attack.
I can take an edge away.
Oh, still on there.
Enemy missing right. Retreat.
They're coming here, Bello, you guys say this.
Retreat.
I'm rotating over.
On my way.
That's Hades blink.
Be right back.
A monument to my opulence. No doubt.
Get this up.
Your last tower is under attack. Completed.
Keep fighting.
I'm on my way.
Slain.
A monument to my
Your
opulence.
last tower is under attack. In range.
Yo!
Them away. Thanks.
That one was mine, buddy.
Thanks.
I need it.
Alright, don't get soloed, please.
On my way.
Okay. Toodle pip.
Enemy missing.
A monument to my opulence. A monument to my opulence.
There's no running from me. Judgment.
Keeping right.
They're both 1 HP. Fuck, man. Oh, fuck, man. Of course I jumped and I chose shell, by the way. If he doesn't
This is
shell,
all down.
It is left angle.
oh well. This is tragic.
Promise gonna be good.
They're coming left, I think.
Might be time to grab that
I'm coming for the
Aegis.
damages.
That gargoyle.
Wait, what is actually?
Arjo has no stampede and no shell.
Enemy has been slain. Double kill. Force. You move like a jaguar. Your right tower is under attack.
Nah, Brooklyn, I'm sure you'd rather get the RT on your lane than this.
Enemy missing.
I'm gonna lie, I did not hear what you said.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Next game you get Walter in your team, no problem.
The pyro.
Okay. The rain shall wash them away.
Let me
He
stun,
dashed.
bro.
Where the hell is this Ramite?
Sucks.
Oh my gosh, Venus, you're actually him, you're him.
Oh, he's in mid. I think I'm just gonna push.
Yes.
No, my tree.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
I guess fire maybe. I don't know if you can come. I can try and stall.
I can try and
Hades is gonna
force
go
someone
to now.
back. Hades is here.
Yeah.
There's still
Hades
four
is
on
right.
fire.
You can precast, you can precast, bro. Go in. Go crazy.
On my way.
Watching go crazy.
Hold.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has destroyed the fire giant.
Fuck me, dude. How did we throw the fight, man? Now we lost fire. And now suddenly this game is looking bad for us.
Your middle tower is under attack. How unpleasant! Your middle tower has been
They're actually in the lead. That's how bad it looks. The helly? I missed my impale though. I'm not sure I should have died,
No,
but
you have to try the
I think I
turbo
would've
that I'm
died
doing now.
regardless.
no problem. No problem. The enemy team has
At least with
destroyed the
Titans,
gold
I can maybe
field.
kill the front line. Main problem is the damn Hades, I think, for me. Okay. I need 20.
Be careful in the jungle.
Put a pyro. Keeping map.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has
Nem zero.
destroyed a left
Like, can we collapse on him? Or...
They are collapsing on us.
Oh, here.
Yeah, we're gonna run.
Your right tower
Are you
is
fine?
under attack. That's too bad. A monument to my opulence.
I don't know why I tried. Fuck me, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I was just trying to play my life.
I think my jump was still down after I jumped over the wall. So I couldn't jump away once I got Hades ulted.
Your right tower.
So I just traded my life for his. I'm pretty sure he would have been dead otherwise. We're just dying left and right.
Ooh, an ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your right phoenix is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. On my way.
Romadash, Romadash.
Fuck, man. I don't want to fight. I should have just finished my fucking Titans, I guess. And we've lost. How do we throw this so badly? What the fuck happened around mid? Fuck, man.
Defeat.
I have no idea how we ended up throwing that. This queue needs to pop before I fall asleep. Why is the queue so long? Did everyone leave? Hey, Johnny's back in the queue. What was I gonna play? I forgot. I was gonna play something, but then I had to give solo away. I completely forgot what that was. Oh yeah, I was gonna pull an aspect. Shit! Damn you, Kenneth. Okay. Might be a Sylvanas solo. Could also be a Ganesh solo, because it's iPort. It's gonna be one of those. I suppose that's fine.
Your god.
Because I noticed the cuckoo is open. I'll take it. Alright, so which one is it? It's Ganesh. Be 29 in May. I just did 30, so... But you know what? I feel exactly the same. Honestly, in my mind, I don't think I've really changed since I was like 20.
The tinkerings of man. Curious.
Maybe time is fake. Ah, for fuck's sake, man. From your voice, I thought you were 23, 24. I'm just young at heart. Toa. Teeth. Don't know what the dog's hearing. He's hearing ghosts. I suppose it is a Saturday night. I'm sure there's partying happening. That usually happens in my area. He doesn't like that. Oh, they have a DC, that's why. Oh man. Let's see if we can get their DC back. I didn't even realize. Anything you would have done differently from your 20s now that you're 30? No, not really. I mean, I live a pretty simple life. If anything, like, I obviously took a long break from Smite. A part of me does wonder, not necessarily regret, but a part of me definitely wonders what would have happened if I stuck to playing Smite. I mean, I won launch tournament. I started playing the game very early. And after the launch tournament, about, I don't know, season 1 or 2-ish, I quit. Because I wasn't really enjoying the game anymore. It was a part, I suppose it was a bit of a mix. It was a part of me not enjoying the game as much, and the fact that, like, my team was splitting at the time. And so I wasn't really feeling it. I was like, I can't be asked to, like, get into a new team and, like...
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, it was just, there was too much stuff at the time. But, yeah, that's pretty much about it. I don't really regret things much. I just kind of live in the present. Also, this looks like it might just be an early surrender, unfortunately. Unless their DC person comes back, but even then, I mean, at this point it's too late. Their jungle start is fucked.
Retreat.
Did you get into comp with other games? I did later. I came back to Smite in like season 4 or 5, and then I played a little bit of comp, and then they added, or they made a new game called Rem Royale. And I actually swapped to that. I had a lot of fun with the Rum Royale, but Rum Royale's staying power wasn't really there. They had some bad patches, and a lot of people really was thrown off very fast off of that, unfortunately. I was playing that for maybe 6 months to a year, I think. And there was a little bit of tournament stuff happening there, but that also never got big enough to the point where there was like tournaments and stuff. And it was also a battle royale, so tournaments in a battle royale simply isn't as entertaining to watch.
Tempest Fury.
At least I think so. I think they can be entertaining to watch, but it's too RNG, man. That shit is just way too RNG. Is my your first MOBA? No, I played League when the League came out back in the day. Back in my day. I played a little bit of League, but I never got into it to the point where I kept playing it. Smite is the first MOBA that I really liked. Never tried Dota though. I've seen some Dota gameplay, but the same reason why I suppose I didn't stick to League. Like, I just not a huge fan of the asymmetric camera, the bird view. Didn't even get a chance to respond.
Select your god.
Right. What does one play? In this gosh darn lane. Is that a Sylvanas solo again? Like, you never know. It could fucking be anything with this guy. Do a Suku game. Song? That's a good question. Let's see. It is Onward by Remy Sinclair. I just have I literally just went to Spotify and typed in relaxing piano music. And this is pretty much the first thing, like the first playlist that comes up that I'm listening to. Do I do tank? I might have to do tank into this team comp. The tankiest son of a bitch Tsukuyomi you could ever imagine. Except it's probably really bad. So maybe I don't do that. Suppose I'll see how the game goes. Or maybe it won't even matter, because we have Herrox and Aladdin. Suppose time will tell. Ah, yeah. Okay, this might have to be my last game. I'm against Odin as well. That's probably the biggest annoyance, I think, for me here. I'll do Runeforged. Let's go a little bit hybrid. I don't want to go full tank. I think it's just bad. So Tsukuyomi doesn't have enough base damage for that.
Minions have spawned.
Suya jungle, actually. You know, it's not that bad that shell is what I have to go here. At least it's not something that forces speeds or Aegis. Granted, I would have liked Aegis and 2As, but it's not the end of the world.
Burn bright.
Fucking early blink, but that's fine. He's giving me my lane here.
Watch your step.
Your left tower is under attack. On my way.
Enemies incoming. Cancel that. Okay. Okay. I'll be right back.
Yo, can you take the coin?
Ultimate is ready. Okay.
On my way. On my way.
What is he doing? He's not in 5.
I don't know. Yes, jump. I love for this guy. I'm on him.
Enemy has been slain. Oh, there it is. Your middle tower is under attack.
Purple's up. Aren't no fast, I think. Oh no, maybe so fast.
Enemy missing.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
They hit like a baby.
Shingetsu.
Your last tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso.
Leave the willing to
Better on you, bro.
This won't miss.
Let's finish it up. The question is what I build next. I think the best idea would go Transcendence. So I can start stacking and still do some good damage late game. I think with this start, the main item that I'm not gonna be building is going to be book. Normally you would double stack on Execute. For big numbers.
Enemy missing left.
But I don't think that's a good idea when I start with Runeforged. Stacking is just gonna happen way too late.
Watch your step. Enemy missing left.
Alright, just keep an eye on the go side. He's back in lane.
Enemy has been slain. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Your right tower is under attack.
Shingetsu. Strike.
The rain shall wash them away. I'll attack right on my enemy missing.
This won't miss.
Enemy missing.
enemy ultimate down.
Oh, you, bro.
Shingetsu. Strike.
Yes, flicker.
This won't miss.
Rifles up if she has fast.
Shingetsu, strike! Magetsu, burn bright! This won't miss.
So backing.
Watch your step.
Kinda want some kind of cooldown right about here. If I go damage, then yeah, probably Crusher, but
Enemy has been slain.
suppose it doesn't matter. I imagine this might be early surrender.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted. Attack the cold fury. My way.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Your right tower is under attack.
Want to help you?
Sure.
I'm coming with ult. Just run to the right if you can.
Both ults.
I'm running down. I'm just gonna bait them here. Ah, they gave up.
Unlucky.
Your right tower is under attack.
They're both just hiding in the grass waiting. Rats.
Your right tower is destroyed.
The Pyromancer.
Sounds personal.
Yeah, who would ever sit and hide in the grass? Couldn't be me.
Tower is under attack.
Why? What? I thought I got the int one for a second, but it's just my brain being slow. It's like, why did I get the int one when I have so much more strength? Never mind. No, my crazy ramblings of things that don't exist. I think maybe at this point I could maybe go for like a spirit robe, since the idea is to be a bit more tanky. And spirit robe is just the best raw defense item in the game. Like if Hou Yi has Margami and jumps me, that's a hard CC. Artemis, Trap, and Ult is a hard CC. Is a Root a hard CC? I'm not too sure. I guess it's not. But his pull is, his ult is, yeah. It's not a bad spirit robe here. Notice people who play Thor or Suxoli, they build Hammer. Any reason why? Because Hammer is good if you have an CC that is easy to hit. A hard CC. It has good base stats, but not every character can really utilize that passive. The passive is when you use a hard control on someone. It does extra damage based on your protections. It's quite nice on those characters.
it down. On my way. Is in the right jungle. Your left tower.
And I mean, it's not like... it's also part of the reason is that you want to be a bit hybrid, you know. In solo, going full damage generally isn't the way to go, because it's very hard for you to deal with someone who's tank. If you're building full damage. Usually the damage dealer don't fully come online until later. Depending on the damage dealer, and also depending on Smite 2, because Smite 2 is a bit more weird when it comes to that stuff.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Enemy spotted behind us. Watch your step.
Enemy has been slain. Drink and be merry.
Attack the Gold Fury. Cancel that.
On my way. Yahoo!
Rolls back up in like 5 seconds, I think.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Has destroyed the Gold Fury. The rain shall wash them away.
This won't miss.
So in Sugo the hammer is good and his 2 ult. The ult doesn't have any CC. The 2 is gives the stun. Anything with an easy applied stun, silence, knock up, like those are considered hard CCs. The ones where you can't do anything. Because it has to be a hard CC specifically. Hard crowd control, oh god.
Oh, you move like a jack, and the rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
It could be interesting to try and Thanatos. You're kind of giving me an idea here.
Your left tower is under attack.
I could try a non-aspect Thana tank build. I had tried before, but I haven't tried with Moonforged. It's kind of interesting.
Gank, let's say, on my way. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready. Enemy has been slain.
Fall before me.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
I shouldn't even have hit the Sylvanas there. I should have just chased. Chased the Merlin. I'm so slow, holy shit. Come to me, I've shown.
Okay.
I'm not. I got so baited. I wanted to save him so badly, I killed myself, apparently. Close. That would have been so aura, though. Sparkus is doing huge setup. I'm going all the way. No, he fucking left.
Enemy missing. On my way. Enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Attack ready.
I do think this build is bad, though, just for the record. I'm going too much in either direction, or like not enough in either direction. I think going Runeforged is fine to help out the early game in solo, and then I should just go full damage for the rest of it. Otherwise, I need to commit and don't go Transcendence. Or not Jotans, I just have to go full tank for the rest of it. I could maybe fit in a trance in there, just for a little bit of damage. But I haven't really done enough testing with that to see if it's even worth it.
Enemy has been slain.
Not too sure why we aren't surrendering this game. Let's see where Canada is at. Okay, Kenneth quit. I'll do one last. I'll do one last. I don't know, this is also kind of just demon hours. Oh, Sap is still playing, but it's in a different queue. Alright. You know what? I'll do this. I'll give the queue 5 minutes. If it takes longer than that, I'm out. That will be it. What do I play? What do I play? I mean, that might be a Sav. A good old Sav on the enemy team. That means I can't play something too crazy without getting shafted.
Select your god.
I don't know, I might be smart to you. I hold smart to you actually. This is not an aspect to you. Is Saf jungle? I guess so. Guess I need Aegis. Goes to Thanatos. Actually, is she a Runeforge character? I could try it. See how it feels.
Okay. Okay.
I have fucking been against this guy iPort all day today. So much Ganesha, man.
Yes.
Minions have spawned.
It definitely adds a lot of pressure if you go for Axe early on this character.
Cancel that.
Enemies incoming left. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, man. Fucking got interrupted. He must have gone all the way below. Sure, just fallen back, I guess.
Ward here. Enemy spotted.
Help! Help! Completed. Bassa.
Enemy spotted. Cancel that.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso.
I mean, man.
Wonderful.
Yes. Okay.
I think my Dodgy is very confused.
Enemy has been slain.
Definitely fully relying on Duo in this one.
Is under attack.
I really need that blue buff on RTO as well.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies
Enemy
incoming
spotted.
left.
Be careful.
Enemy spotted. Cancel that. Enemy spotted.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing middle. Attack. Ultimate is ready.
Follow me.
Help.
Stay a while.
It's actually getting so annoying, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I feel like I'm just being fucking griefed, and they also just always turn on me. And then my jungle just isn't around. Like, it's fine if the jungle is actually here for fighting. I don't mind being bait, but I'm not even bait. I just die. Die for no reason.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Isn't the clear 100 times better with what? BS.
Stay a while.
I don't know if Thana is coming or not.
Attack the gold fury. On my way.
It's the only reason why I'm not chasing this. Pretty sure that's just a fucking... Nah, Thana isn't right. Fuck me, man.
Attack the gold fury.
I mean, he does have a 2-level lead as well at this point, for literally no fucking reason.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, they're stomping in duo. All I really need to do is just not do anything in solo, realistically, and fall further behind.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Some nice pickups. Right now it just fucking sucks that I'm so far behind still. Like, I'm not even close to catching up. Like, I am just straight up raw 2 levels behind. That shit does not happen often. Just gotta farm as much as possible.
Enemies
Move like a jaguar.
Okay, he already had that back up. I guess I'm just fucking dead then. He has no cooldowns anymore. Chronos Pendant is really weird on that character. Alright. Note to self, do not fucking fight, I guess. I suppose it's also the level difference that adds a lot to this.
The rain shall wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing right.
Probably too late for me to rotate. But I'm gonna try it anyway.
Shut down, Jay!
And he doesn't die. Of course he doesn't.
From the heavens.
I just had to do one more game, didn't I? At least I'll eventually be tanky.
Shut down, Jace!
Your middle tower is under attack. Strengthens our resistance.
Enemy has been slain.
Those cooldowns are not okay, man. Just fucking sprinting it down. My cooldowns are not nearly long enough. I thought this matchup was actually gonna be okay, but it's really not. It's absolutely fucked.
Wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Attack the Gold Fury.
I'll attack left lane. Be careful middle. Enemies incoming.
Attack the Gold Fury.
At this point, I just gotta accept that rotating from me here is bad.
Your team has destroyed a gold fury.
I lost too much early, and as a result, I'm too far behind. I just gotta farm. Like, he's level 17. He's the biggest on their team by a mile.
You are fabuloso.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They will feel my strength.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Enemies. Stay a while.
Attack. On my way.
Slain an enemy.
It's alright. Suppose I'll just take the carry for now. My last few games were too good.
Your team
It's time to be humbled.
destroyed the pyromancer.
You make me very proud.
Expert joink, but it wasn't actually my intention. Yeah, it was a clean yoink. One tick. Aegis time. And let's get a blink for some initiate potential. Realistically, I probably should have gone shell, but this is more fun. So, and in this household, we value fun.
Enemy ultimate down.
Attack the gold hero.
Your right tower is under attack.
Stay a while.
Your right tower is destroyed.
About to press my Aegis, but I also didn't think there was gonna be 3 people there. What the hell? Hello, Wanari. I've seen a hot minute. How are you doing? Doing pretty good for the most part. I just haven't felt like streaming much. Like, the game has been fun. I've still been playing it. It's just, I suppose I didn't enjoy it enough to also stream while playing. But I decided to do a session here because some people were asking for it, and I was like, all right, I'll do it tonight.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
So here I am.
Attack the fire giant. On my way. Attack the fire giant.
Wonder who they were. It was Seagull, actually.
I'll defend right lane.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Bro, why are they just all fucking here, man? What the fuck? At least I got one this time. But fucking hell. Wow, look at this one, Ari. Expert emoji gameplay right here. Disgusting character. Hello, Ram. Also good to see you. I don't know actually what I would even build last. I could maybe do Boar, just for a little bit more survivability.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I'm tired of dying, man. I feel like I'm just being trolled this game.
Attack right lane. Attack.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix. Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
On my way. Help.
Fabuloso!
Enemy spotted.
No. They will be punished. Gods and goddesses, our work
Oh,
here
well.
is done.
It's funny, Expo's just healing you. Yeah. I mean, he was so far behind. Like, he just kind of got shafted by the Nika coast duo queue. While I was busy being shafted on the other side of the map. Alright, I'll end it here though. I can feel, especially this game, that my tiredness is affecting my decision making. So yeah. Okay. Thank you for stopping by, guys. I really appreciate it. I will see you in a month. I don't know. I will stream when I stream at the moment. You know. I appreciate you stopping by either way. Bye, guys. Good night.